Damn, that was quick. God damn. There you go. How you doing, Drez? Doing fine? Well, that's good. You can't remember? Should work on that. All right. Do I think I can finish it? There's a possibility. I think I could finish this. That'd be pretty nice if I could finish this in only 3 sessions.
Wow, wow, wow.
Well, well, well. Stoic Boutte. Thank you very much. How are you? Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. What's new, Stoic? If that's your real name. Why does it feel like mush? Have you tried having it not feel that way? That usually works for me. Oh my God! Amaya! Okay. Jesus. Maddie just can't be nice, everybody. Maddie can just not be like, hey, I'm gonna, I think I'm gonna, be nice and be cool. But I'm gonna be a little hellspawn demon. Oh yeah, thank you, Maddie. I don't like how. Hold on, I gotta go fix my nanner. Be nice. What just fell? That didn't work. What the fuck were you? Hold on, I don't like how the tape looks. The nana and the kiwis keep on falling off, and I've had to reattach them several times. I don't like how the tape looks from this angle. 1 second. Just get in real close there. Everyone loves seeing that. better. All right, Nanner is fixed. You are not here against your will. You're part of this. Whether you want to or not, you're part of this. And when I go to court, when I eventually go to court for this stream, you're going to be a part of the defense. When this stream is in court for the atrocities of streaming this, you'll be there too. All right. Our palette for today is titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyrrole scarlet, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, buoyant umber, and ivory black / comma, well, correct term bone black, because, you know, we got a lot of black in here. I normally don't have the black in my palette, though. I mean, it's going to happen, Maddie. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. There's just no way. How are you going to explain how much involvement you had? You love the toilets going? Well, thank you, Stoic. So far, I think this is turning out decent. We're going to see... So... What are the, like, you know... Exactly, Marshall. God, I love... That's such a clever name, Marshall. You know, what's good about this subject matter is we have a couple good visual effects. Particularly the mask face here. If I could accentuate that enough, I think this could be a very effective painting outside of the, you know, the... Got some oily discharge. Let's put out a little bit more. If that is accentuated properly, I think this painting can be fairly effective. Now I see, did I fuck up this light situation a little bit? You know, because like, you know, outside of like, you know, painting is not just a subject matter, right? The painting is everything. Right? I care more about the visual effects of the composition outside of just the bizarreness of what I'm painting. As you may not believe that, but that is true. Right? Like every popular song has a good hook. The best paintings have good visual effects. At least impressionistically. Do people know what I mean by visual effects? Does anybody want me to expand upon this premise? Because I will. All right. So, what I mean by a visual effect... Oh, very Yambri. Very. So what is a visual effect in the context of like a painting, right? Usually it's like a high amount of contrast that is a focal point for your eye when you're looking at it, okay? Hi, Omizu. Not the technique, Marshall. So what I mean by this is, have you ever looked at a painting... All right, who does that, can everybody search the internet for paintings? Well, I'll tell you to bring up a painting. I'll tell you what painting to bring up, because I have one in mind. It's another John Singer Sargent painting. There we go. Okay. Everybody look up this painting, El Jaleo, or Jaleo. You know, E-L space J-A-L-E-O by John Singer Sargent. We'll get to it, snark. Let me know when you all have that painting up. Good. Okay. This is a great painting. It's one of his most famous paintings. I aim to actually recreate this one day with like skeletons and so forth. I just need a fuckload more props if I'm going to do this one. And I need a dress. Okay, so what are the visual effects in this painting? Okay, so I want you to notice, okay, how we have a big contrast of the white dress and the dark background in a hard silhouette. So we have a huge value contrast, right? In between those, the black and the dress, right? That draws the eye in because it's so sudden, it's abrupt. It's an effect of, it's a visual effect, and it draws your eye, right? Now notice, what are other visual effects in this, right? We have the red. Notice how this whole painting is very, I'd say limited color-wise, but then you just have a hard red right on the edge, creating another visual effect, not due to value contrast, but due to color and saturation contrast, right? So we have two different ways. What else do we have? Now, like, we have the shadows. Notice the shadows on all the guitarists, and then the shadow being cast on the woman against the wall. We have another value contrast, right? So we have multiple ways of creating visual interest, and a visual effect by like a sudden high change in contrast using either just colors, value hue, right, a color contrast, or a value contrast, right? We can do it with warm, cool, right? Because there's other end of the spectrum. Like there's, like these are severe visual contrasts, right? I'll give you another. Hold on. The next one's by Anders Zorn. Anders Zorn was particularly good. At this. And it's one of my favorite paintings that exists. It's called Isabella Stewart Gardner in Venice. Oh, wait, no, just Isabella Stewart. I think it's just Isabella Stewart. It's, hold on. It's that painting. Let me know when you guys, here. You're gonna have a harder time seeing it there. This one? No, she wasn't his muse. He might have been a pervert because he did a lot of like nudes and he had a lot of women models. But nonetheless, right? Okay, so now think about this painting and what I just discussed in the last one. What are the visual effects in this painting that create interest or create, like I said, a strong visual impression to you when you look at it, right? Well, we have the brightness of the front of the dress, right? We have the orange flowers in the bottom right. We have the green floor. And then we have the blue lights in the back, right? We have a lot of things, right, that create... God, I love this. This painting is actually one of my phone wallpaper, by the way. But you have, you know, it's not everything, right? Yeah, the hand reflection, right? You have things that use severe contrast to draw interest. And I'm not going to say direct your eyes anywhere, but it's visually interesting, right? To have contrast changes directly next to one another to accentuate them. So it could take like, and this is like this deals with composition outside of just painting skill, right? Well, the raw brushstrokes, like right, that, like, you know, that stuff, the confidence in which he paints it is very helpful, Marshall. But it, like, I actually got one more, because this painting blows me away every time I fucking see it. It's another Anders Zorn. Like I said, Anders Zorn is particularly good at this. Don't sleep on Anders Zorn, guys. Anders Zorn actually might be... He's like John Singer Sargent, but I would argue leans into visual effects even more so. Hold on. I'm getting you the name of the painting. Because there's one that... There it is. There's one that's just absolutely masterful. Okay, it's called Anders Zorn Self-Portrait with Faun and Nymph. F-A-U-N and Nymph. This is, I think, one of the most masterfully painted paintings I have ever seen. We'll wait for ads. Hold on. Hi, Outernet. Hope you're well. So everybody search that up. Waiting for ads. How are you today, Auda? Hope you've been well. Well, Snark, me and you have something in common. I didn't start till I was 32. Well, I hope you're getting over it. Did he make a homunculus? Absolutely. Stoke, did you search this last one? It's the Anders Zorn Self-Portrait with Faun and Nymph. Yep, with the red cup. Yep, Marshall. In my opinion, this is one of the most skillfully painted paintings. Oh, that was way too much. Oh, gotcha. Okay. We're just waiting for ads. We got 20 more seconds, and then I'll continue my talk. Yeah, absolutely, Embry. All right. So, all right, let's take a look at this painting. First off, let me explain why I think this leans to your answering Yambari's question. Why do I think this is one of the most skillfully painted paintings in existence that I have seen, that I'm aware of, I should say, is particularly the embodiment of what I think is great painting is that sleeve. So do we see the brushstroke? It's probably 2 brushstrokes. It's 3, I think, for that sleeve. A super strong visual effect, right? Almost pure white. He probably had a little yellow ochre in there, right? But bright sleeve, confidently done, not fixing it, not changing it, leaving it as it lies, right? And look at the side of the face. It's really tight where it needs to be tight, but then the looseness adds another layer to the visual effect, right? But how strong and confidently those brushstrokes are. It's not like he went back in there and, like, you know, cleaned up those edges, right? Because he was after the visual effect more so than the exact form, right? Look at, like, and even look at the top of the head. Look at the top of his hair on his head. Do you see how it's just like 2 brush strokes? That's for form. But note, like, but once again, there's a high focus on the visual effect. We got the red of the cup, right? He definitely did this with a limited palette. But how strong the lights are on the side of the face, contrasting with the red of the ear, the shadow of his tie, or the silhouette of his collar, right? And you see, it's almost like when you're looking at far away, it looks like it's a goddamn hyper-realistic, or like, you know, it looks like it's a goddamn photo. And then you zoom in and you realize the magic that he just pulled on you. But it's partly because of that visual effect. Just look at the hands. Yeah, exactly, Snark. But think about how powerful that is. I mean, especially coming in like reference to like Renaissance and post-Renaissance, where academic painting was all about hyper-realism and painting everything that's there, regardless if you could technically see it. Actually, Jane, we're talking about Anders Zorn. Anders Zorn. If you'd like to look it up, Anders Zorn's self-portrait with Faun and Nymph. This painting. We did talk about John Singer Sargent as well. But I'm doing a little lecture here. Okay? But check out this painting, Jane. I think you'll love it. You'll love it. Because we're talking about visual effects and how it can make a really strong composition. Right? It's like the stuff that you remember paintings for. Or why you might like paintings that you didn't even realize. And it's because they have strong visual effects that draw your eye, make the painting interesting, and they could do it in different methods. Like we saw, like Zorn relies a lot on value visual effects, generally, because he had a lot of paintings that used a limited palette, right? And same with Sargent. Sargent opened that up more, I'd say, as he got older. But here, I'm going to bring up an opposite end of the spectrum. I swear this is the last painting, but I love this topic. With fawn, Faun, with fawn and nymph, Nymph, Jane. A lot of them, yeah, Stoic. A lot of them. Yeah, here's a good example. Everyone, look up Monet Haystacks, end of summer, 1891. Can you see? Hold on. Nope.
Oh my God!
Anonymous. Oh my God. Anonymous. 6 months. Can we all see the? Oh. Monet, end of summer, 1891. Haystacks, 1891. Thank you, Maddie. 91, not 1881. 91. Does everybody have that one up? God damn it, Anonymous. Son of a bitch. We will find you and destroy you. Thank you very much. But we will find you. And I agree, Stoic, it's not that much for me either. But I want you to understand that visual effect is not just value-based. Here we have one almost entirely, if you really think about this painting, notice how little the values change. The levers that Monet is pulling is color saturation, color contrast, right? Hue contrast, right? He's not really changing the lights and darks. The range at which he changes his values is very tiny. Relative to Zorn, it's like, 100 to 0, where Monet's really operating the values in like the 40 to 60 range, but he's changing everything else. It's a different type of mastery and visual effect. He still achieves form. He still achieves, contrast and realism through the use of not pulling the lever of value, but color, hue, right, saturation, and so forth.
Anonymous, you are a bastard. But so am I.
Well, thank you, Maddie. You goddamn son of a bitch. Thank you, Maddie. So, I hope this provides another lens for y'all to, look at these paintings with, as far as why, some of you might look at impressionistic stuff and might think, what's the big deal? Why does this, why do I think it transcends, everything? Straight up everything. Because the lens that they were working through was an entirely new, it's like playing a different game than what the academics were playing or what hyperrealists do today. It will. I've seen a lot of Monet in person, and it is worth it. He is fantastic. Yeah, I mean, we could just cut, I could just edit out this fucking stream. Might be worth it. But so, Impressionism, what is constrained by nature and realism, as I said before, but not a slave to it. It's not a slave. So they are painting what they see. They don't match colors exactly, but they are understanding the visual effects that they are seeing, and it's partly what they, were trying to paint or trying to find as a subject matter, right? This is why they could be very particular, because understanding in the studio they had to work with either natural sunlight through windows or lighting was a lot different back then, right? Candlelight or I'm trying to think what they did for spotlights back in the day, but it was probably all fire based, so really warm. But they understood that exact replication is not that interesting. Thank you for the bits, Manny, and thank you, Anonymous, for the gift subs. Yeah, it was something like that. Probably against white boards, so it could like change the tone of the light as well. So when you look at it, especially in person, if you see Impressionism era paintings in person, I think it is in my opinion that it is incorrect to measure it by the level of its realism, but by the visual effects related to the composition, with the constraints of realism, right? Like in the entirety of it, right? So don't get me wrong, they were striving for realism and high realism. Like John Singer Sargent paintings, a lot of them, are very tight, like especially around the faces. But then you'll see, like, you'll zoom out or zoom into the clothes, and you'll see how like loose and confident his brushstrokes were, right? But that's why I consider it so skillful. How do you how does one gain that skill of understanding that a confident brushstroke and a confident understanding of visual effects can essentially alter what a person sees? It's like it's taking advantage of the viewer's brain. Here, yeah, let me sum it up. An impressionist respects a person's ability to think and look at the painting, where hyperrealism does not. Hyperrealism is the opposite. Hyperrealism lays it all out there for you. And I'm not saying you shouldn't like that or whatever. You like what you like. But this is a matter of what how I interpret and appreciate these paintings. Yeah, Snark. It's a good way of saying it, right? They understand that it doesn't need to. You don't need to like. I always frame it like this, Snark. Is would an impressionist paint eyelashes? Right? We know eyelashes are there, but we can't see them, especially from like even within like 5 feet. Right? So an impressionist just wouldn't paint them. We know it's there. We know they exist, unlike New Zealand. New Zealand is a myth, everybody. But yeah, and they're like, some of them just really understood that premise. See, I just don't believe. I have seen no evidence of New Zealand existing. None. Conspiracy theory. Big Australia keeps on telling us that New Zealand exists. Exactly, Maddie. See? You didn't even know. It's all that goddamn big Australia. Some people called it Atlantis. I just call it a myth. But yeah, feel free to ask any questions. I'm happy to elaborate. I mean, I've talked about this subject before. But this really gets into this goes into what I'm striving for. Right? Because I've talked about people who are learning to paint and understanding what are they trying to achieve. What are they trying to paint like and possibly surpass. Right? The main thing I'm working on is seeing color and color as a whole, right? So I'd say a better way of saying this is seeing contrast as a whole and being able to replicate that, right? Because in my opinion, that skill is what will help me understand how to paint simply, confidently, and achieve those visual effects most effectively. But boy, is it hard. Because eventually, here's what happens. Eventually, there comes a time where it's just like, you have the opportunity to do that, but it's so easy to falter on that as a subject. So, Snark, as somebody who went through this, I am completely self-taught. I used to work in mechanical engineering, Snark. I used to be a mechanical engineer. My degree is in mechanical engineering. I watched a ton of stuff on YouTube, and I painted a lot. And what I can tell you is that about 90 to 95% of teaching content on YouTube is horse shit and people who don't know what they're talking about. Most of them don't know. Well, if this came up, Snark, I'll tell, because I used to watch everything. Okay. I tried to take in anything I could do, or take in, look at stuff, try stuff. Some of the good teachers who understood some stuff were teaching you how to do hyperrealism. And I knew that's not where I wanted to be, right? And then I saw some people who taught good lessons and fundamentals on the nature of painting, but then didn't know much about materials, and would get, I think, hunkered down in certain things that didn't matter. Okay? Not to mention, so many of them paywall. Most people in the art content aspect of Twitch and YouTube, if they get any fame, or get any notoriety, well, they create a class, and then every one of their videos well, if you want to see more, then take my class or buy my videos and stuff like that. That's the unfortunate nature of most people who are teaching anything do that, right? Now, I'll bring up somebody who doesn't paywall at all, is Draw Mix Paint. And they have some very good, useful information online on YouTube. However, they only teach you on essentially the technique and approach to getting to hyperrealism. And it's a very tedious endeavor that can make painting feel, I think, like for me, it kills the joy of painting. Because you could paint, I could tell you how to paint hyper-realistic stuff, Snark. I could tell you right now, you could be painting hyper-realism in a week. Well, see, here's the thing, Snark. A good brushstroke is something learned by the experience of painting. And it's not like, I actually had this discussion with somebody on my last stream, that when people talk about texture, they talk about a brushstroke. And I am of the viewpoint that when you see like an old painting that had a nice hefty brushstroke, like we saw on the sleeve, right? That had nothing, like, that was not because they were like, I want to do a painting with a nice hefty brushstroke. His experience told him is, I need a big blotch of white or, bright spot right on the sleeve. And then they just did it and left it. Because their confidence and experience as a painter, right, let them understand that they weren't designing an individual brushstroke. They just knew that they needed a big splotch of white right there, or a bright spot. So if we're talking about that and gaining that as a skill, you have to put yourself in a position when you're painting to be able to have that same decision moment hundreds of times. I agree, Jane. I agree with that. That it absolutely is martial artist, right? So my biggest piece of advice is, if you are striving for an impressionism, right, that has more expression, everything is not about trying to manufacture those brushstrokes. It's just to put yourself in a position where those brushstrokes can happen as part of your experience. Exactly, Snark. Exactly. Because to me, that brushstroke on that sleeve is not something you can manufacture. It just can't. Like, because his paint broke up. Like, he theoretically did not have enough paint on his brush. But he stepped back 6 to 10 feet, looked at it, and he's like, nope, that works. I very much agree with that sentiment, Jane. I do. And that's what's so tough about. That's the beautiful. Well, exactly. So, like Marshall, does anyone want to know how to paint hyperrealism? I could teach you it, and you could be painting hyperrealism in 2 weeks, a week to 2 weeks. Your paintings will take you 120 hours, or depending on size. But I can tell you how to paint hyperrealism. It's just, unfortunately, it takes it kind of out of the realm of painting, and it takes it in the realm of replication, right? But you find a photo, a high-def photo that you want to paint, you print it out on a glossy piece of paper, you just learn how to mix the colors, which is actually not difficult. I have several streams and videos on mixing color. And then you trace it onto your canvas, and then on that photo, every brushstroke, you check the color to that photo. And when it matches, you place it on the canvas. Rinse, repeat. But that doesn't seem like painting to me. Well, that's awesome, Snark. Exactly, Marshall, right? Paint by numbers, right? You are essentially create a paint by numbers for yourself, and you can do that. You could I could take a photo of my setup I have over here, right? Print it out, same aspect ratio as my canvas. I could have then transferred it, right? Traced it onto my canvas, right? Then, like I said, put a piece of plastic over the photo. I could physically take the paint I have on my palette after I mix the color and put a dab of it on the plastic, see how close it is. Okay, it matches, place it in the area. And boom, you can make hyper-realism fancy stuff. And people tend to like it. Once again, it takes it out of the realm of painting for me. That's why I don't paint from photos. Like, I don't know if y'all know, but like these are my props. I set these up. I created the lighting. I did all of this. Agreed, Jane. Imaginative hyperrealism is extremely difficult to pull off and can be very impressive. You can do it similarly, though, Jane. You could create it in Photoshop and do something similar, but I agree that is a next level. Like that is a next level of difficulty. Yep, Demi. What's it? Be It Easel. Be It Easel does it. Shelfivon does that. Fox Girl does that. But I inherently, though, have issues with just how much photographs change the subject. I have issues with that. Not telling anybody not to do that. Do what you want, do what you enjoy. This is just my viewpoint on it. Well, it's a lot. It's just a lot of work that goes into it, Snark, right? Like, I don't know. But I'm also always in the context of training myself, right? Teaching myself. And that's never going to change. But it's also not like I'm forcing myself to see the color, see the contrast, and do it. And if it's bad, it's bad. I hate when it's horizontal. I can't see vertical. So that was my lecture for today. That was $3,456 per person. I've already collected the money. See, I don't paywall here. I just take the money. I just do the thing, then take the money. Much different. Yep. It's already in my account. Already in my account. Hey, I don't make the rules, Snark. All right, I just ruthlessly enforce them. Well, I'm calling some of that back, Marshall. Exactly, Snark. Yeah. Just consider this as a moment of suffering. You know, just because you're going to be eating ramen for about 6 months because you just happened to watch my stream today. You know, I don't have a reference for art school, Marshall. I have heard a lot of negative things about art school and as far as like the nature of what they teach. Zorn, no joke, Snark is one of the, in America, is, in my opinion, one of the least underappreciated. Because because it also goes to, he wasn't French. He was I believe Dutch, technically. And Dutch painters don't get a lot of love here. He was alive during the Impressionism era. Exactly, Maddie. Swedish, yeah, it might be Swedish. And so like so he was alive. John Singer Sargent, Anders Zorn, and Ilya Repin, Ilyarepin, were all alive during the French Impressionism era. They painted and philosophically aligned with the Impressionists, but people don't consider them Impressionists, oddly enough. So, for example, at the Chicago Institute of Art, one of the best museums in the world, they don't put John Singer Sargent in the Impressionism era. They also have a Anders Zorn painting there, and they both put them in the American wing, which I personally find frustrating because how much they align philosophically with the Impressionists. At least the results of their painting align with the Impressionists quite a bit. Philosophically, that is, right? And the annoying part is like John Singer Sargent, Anders Zorn, and Ilya Repin, Ilya. Check out his paintings too. Ilya Repin, Repin. He was born in it was Russia technically, but was born in Kiev, so he's Ukrainian. Has done some of my favorite paintings I have ever seen as well. He got a little bit, at times, a little bit more traditionally techniqued, but he has some impressionistic stuff that is just unbelievable. Look up Shy Peasant. Snark. His most famous painting, I think, in the United States is a painting called Shy Peasant. It's one of the few paintings that actually give me like a emotional response to, because he straight up did a portrait of a Russian peasant. And it's just unbelievable. Like, it's just it's one of the best portraits I've ever seen. It's expressive. Make sure you're looking up the original, because a lot of people do that as a master copy. Also, it's very good, Marshall. There's no other way around it. It's just, it's a goddamn masterpiece, to the highest order. And that tip only cost you $800 a piece. Money's already in my account. You're welcome, everybody. No! No! Oh, good. Yeah, it's exciting, right? Now you don't have to go. Not anymore, you don't, Marshall. You're on a payment plan. There's already a lien's already been placed on all your property, and your garnishes are being your wages are being garnished as we speak. Your garnishes haven't waged. That's a good way of saying it. They've already been collected, Snark. It's too late. It's too late. How good of a condition has it been? Have you gotten it graded? So I play hardball here. Only 9s or above. It's good plus. Yep. It's a shame. You just had to click on this stream today. You just had to click on this stream and listen to the lecture. JTL989, thank you for the follow. Exactly. Suffer for your art, Snark. Right? Maybe a little lead poisoning. Who knows? We'll see however it may take you. I would also start upping your alcohol intake too. Yeah, let's not forget, everybody, that also to become a good painter, you have to start drinking lots of alcohol. Okay. Lots of drugs. All right, it's the only way. And then lead poisoning. And then lead poisoning. And you could do that with badly made paints. Lead white. What a terrible thing to say. There's no acrylics with lead in there, Snark. Hi, Pickles. So, Snark, I make all my own paints. They're for sale at that link there. I make oils and watercolors. I know quite a bit about the subject. Lead white doesn't work in acrylics, and the other lead pigments, I'm almost positive don't. Plus, you would know. And pretty much no other pigment that you have, Snark, no other pigment you could possibly have in acrylics would be poisonous or toxic to ingest. However, you should avoid eating paint because we don't know long-term effects. I do too, but it doesn't stop me, unfortunately. Jumer. No joke, I heard about some people who were ingesting turpentine on purpose yesterday. Jumer. Tastes like blueberry. Oh, it actually tastes like eggs, like rotten eggs. A lot of sulfur in that. Yeah, I was watching a video about this big asshole who started like a right-wing cult. Which one is that, Drez? Because theoretically so is cobalt, but you would need to eat a lot of it. Excuse you. No shit, Jomer. Cobalt, lithium, violet, phosphate. That makes sense. So yeah, it was this guy who like he was in a few movies, and he like was on Joe Rogan and shit, and he just started going more off the deep end, and so then he had like a stalker from his like little cult that he started, who apparently smoked turpentine and would rub turpentine on sores on their body. I don't know how they fucking didn't die. But then later on, he started fucking drinking turpentine. He's like a flat earther and all that other fucking shit. But like, man, turpentine is not where you want to be, everybody. Remember, don't use solvents in your painting. I think this angle is still too much. Oh, fuck. But you love solvents, too bad! Do you want more of your garnishes to be wagered? I mean, there's people who literally do that. But not because of watching my stream. But if anybody has any more questions, though, related to what we talked about, don't hesitate to ask. Why am I a fucker? I'm not. You are. Got him. You are. I don't know how I felt about this. Thank you, Marshall. You're goddamn right it's true. Goddamn right it is, Yanbury. Theoretically, though, Yanbury, any art movement would have been considered woke by today's fascists. Because why art movements became a movement is because it was a denial of the time periods, essentially art rules, right? That's what creates an art movement. Is like a larger, is like a group of people, essentially saying, bucking the trend, essentially. So, like, impressionists didn't like necessarily what, like, post-impressionism, that anything after, right? And they didn't like abstract modernism, surrealism, things like that. You don't like Dada? Yeah, I just learned that term a little bit ago. And if it is what I think it is, right, I'm not a fan of it either. I want the constraint of nature. It makes things a lot more interesting to me. It makes it more challenging. I think it's challenging not just to the painter, but to the viewer itself. I mean, they all had their moments, right, Marshall? So, like, Marshall, I would say I would ask you to think about, like, are you aware of Hieronymus Bosch? Right? He did that shit in the, like, 1500s, early 1500s. Right? He did come from wealth, right? But imaginative work bucked a lot of the trend of, like, the Garden of Earthly Lights. He had like 7 or 8 others, right? He became one of the most popular painters. He was the most forged in his time period. And, there was huge criticism. I think there were some people that wanted him fucking killed, right? If he was if he came from a poor family, he probably would have been, right? But frankly, only rich people back in the day could paint. For like pleasure, because of the price of shit. But it just people didn't really use oil before Van Eyck, and he was able to achieve, like, because he was good and successful at it, right? People began to accept it and then emulate him, right? But I guarantee you people back then were like, why would you paint with oil? We've already figured it out. Fuck this guy and his, new finagled ways of painting. Well, yeah, I mean, like, so why did so many great painters come out of Italy in Venice, right? Like, why was there, regarding like to population, things like that, why did we get so many like great painters and paintings at the time period? Well, because they had an oddly progressive government system. They had a guild system that would train kids from birth.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Not birth, but from like 7 years old. Like Raphael, I believe, and Michelangelo started both when they were like 8 years old in the guilds. Oh my God, a raid! And they had an environment that was competitive, that had supportive, like ways of supporting it as a way of means, right? They had the materials there. They had this perfect mix for all of it. And yeah, like, and then, but like a lot of it was,
weapons.
oh my God, another raid! Oh! Joe Mio! Jesus Christ! Densetsu! Joe Mio! Double raid! Raids on raids on raids. Welcome in. Get on in, y'all. Get on in, y'all. Fortunately, I'm going to have to cover up this because it's not where I want it. What were you two working on? Post your links or else. Post your links or else. Last Sorceress, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello? Romeo, thank you for the follow. What were you two working on? Post your links now before I have a conniption. All right? And you won't like me when I have a conniption. Inktober stuff? Nice. Post your links. Post them now. Uh-oh. The conniption's starting. The conniption. You was not? Were you working on your game stuff some more? Well, thank you for checking me out, Joe Mio. We're oil painting today. We're painting from life. As you can see here, I am a very normal, well-adjusted man who lives alone. You heard right. Uh-oh, the conniption. It's starting. It is technically not an attic, but I am in the top floor of an old school building. Good. Good, Densetsu. Well, there you go, Joe Mio. Let's take a look. Share your link so everyone can see your stuff. Ooh. Love the color. Love the color palette in this, Densetsu. Well done, sir. Or well done. Let us follow you. It's just his brainworm. Romeo, you got any of those sweet, delicious links? Do ya? Because I will ask again. Yeah, I'm painting right now. Yeah, you could share whatever you like. Even your OnlyFans. Because I share my oily fans with everybody. Good. Perfect. Great. This is a risky click. Risky click. Ah, damn it. Damn it. Joe Mio, you tease. You goddamn tease. Hey, Salt. One of those days, somebody actually is going to have an OnlyFans that I say that to. I know, I was disappointed too. Oh my god! Salt, you fucker. When I was at my most vulnerable, checking out Joe Mio's OnlyFans. Good. Everyone go check out Joe Mio's Insta. I've been following him for at least 30 to 40 years. Some may even say 50. You should too. Right now. Jackson, you're welcome, Joe Mio. I mean, yeah, that was only $4,000. All right. Making big money today. Oh, I should have. You just gotta learn. You gotta learn the biz, Snark. You just gotta learn the biz. You just gotta learn how to take advantage of people. Okay. That's all there is to it. Welcome back, Joe Mio. Yeah, and Sark, yeah, I can teach it to you for only, how about this, $9,999. I could teach you the biz of taking people's hard-earned money on art. Oh, that stinks, Joe Mio. Well, you should check out my oily fans. All right, where you want to see the sick shit. I have all the weird angles in my oily fans. Only the weirdest angles. You know, from like down from above. You'll never see my face, but a lot of taint. A lot of taint.
Oh my.
Oh my. Yeah, the high exposure shit. My oily fans largely focuses on taint. So you know it's good. Who doesn't want to see a 30-something white Midwestern man who lives alone with taint? Yep, exactly. Oh, that is in there, huh? Yeah, I'll get that out of there. Thank you for letting me know, Salt. Never even realized that was in there. Well, that's actually a trade secret. Salt. Thank you so much for the raid, Joe Mio. I appreciate it. You might. You might, Maddie. I don't know if I did. Privileged information, though. Privileged information. But not without butter. Yeah, you're missing the T. I don't think I did, Maddie, but I could be wrong. I don't know. It's something I like to keep a little bit secret. It's an inside family thing. If somebody does get it right, though, I'll give you a painting. Big nipples this will bring. So close. Well, you're pretty sure, but I know it's not. So stop trying. Badly needs the whole banana. Nope. Badly eats corn the long way. Oh, excuse me. Oh, this conniption cough. We don't talk about that here. I was too sexy to be seen. Too sexy. Over 4,000 people's faces melted during that one concert. Thank you, Maddie, for correcting it. Visual. Josie. I've never watched that. I don't know any lore of Josie and the Pussycats. Surprisingly. Like, are you talking about the OG like, cause wasn't there a cartoon like right around Scooby-Doo time period for that? Like OG Scooby-Doo? Or am I mistaken? There was? Hi, Mud. Gotcha. Ooh, I do like when kids stuff does stuff, or, you know, has that to it. Hello. Well, that's how you get those little gems, you know? So, like, I don't know, you get these gems of shows or movies where people just really get like social commentary and satire, but also doing something that they like obviously like or enjoy doing. Like, I always felt that about the Muppets. Almost every Muppets endeavor, I felt like it had that magic to it. Hell, like movies like Clue. God, I love fucking Clue is such a good film. But you get these gems. There was a movie I learned about recently that was like this. That was very unexpected. What was it? God damn, it's gonna bother me. I can't think of it. But it's like, you know, it's like a film like, you know, like I learned that about the Spy Kids films, right? Where like, there was actually some interesting shit in there, despite the kind of absurdity of the films and even some of the shots, right? Because they had, like, didn't James Gunn do one of the Spy Kids? Like a show also like Gravity Falls. If you haven't seen Gravity Falls, I don't care how old you are, you should give it a watch. Gravity Falls has a ton of that shit in there. I haven't seen Spy Kids. Oh, you haven't seen Gravity Falls? Big recommend. Like, even as an adult. Like, it's... Oh, Robert Rodriguez, that's it. Well, I mean, like, Steven Universe. Steven Universe had... I mean, it's one of the most progressive shows I have ever fucking seen, and it was a goddamn kid show. On so many levels. Jesus Christ, so many levels. And great music. Yeah, no, and you could argue, like, progressively for the better, because that's, like, millennials, right? Like, millennials are probably, like, the most currently the most progressive generation that's alive. And I think it was during that time period where, as far as, like, the culture wars weren't intense, so that shit got in there. Adventure Time 2, yeah. Adventure Time's a gem and a half. Well, the person who wrote and created Steven Universe did a lot of the music and was a writer for Adventure Time. Rebecca Sugar, I believe her name is. Over the Garden Wall, yeah, they just watched that in the watch party the other day. Well, if you ever need if you ever have downtime and you need a show, think of those. Didn't Elijah Wood produce that, if I'm not wrong? I'm talking Over the Garden Wall, that is. Internet says no. Maybe he just did a voice. Yeah. I know, I was like positive he did a voice, but I thought he also had like a larger involvement in it. Who else was in it, Mud? Oh, Tim Curry and John Cleese? Holy shit. Did not know that. I watched it a long time ago. Oh, wow. That is a hell of a cast. Okay, yeah, I just have to look into it. Oh, Thomas Lennon too? I love Thomas Lennon. You know, Thomas Lennon lives in Wisconsin, like right a suburb of Milwaukee. His Instagram posts all this shit from it. No worries, Salt. Scoot a little bit too much into that black. I get some brush. Don't want that. I have still not watched a Ghibli film. I should. I just haven't. I just have never felt like I'm not the urge. I've like never gotten up the gumption to watch one yet. I know it's a big gap. It's a big gap, Maddie. Oh yeah, I definitely think I should. This is not like a me saying I dislike them or am suspicious. I just know a few of them are heavy, and that becomes intimidating for me to start them. Because I'm not always in the mood to watch, like, a heavy film. Well, I guess it's what I know about, like, Grave of the Fireflies. Just fucking terrifies me to watch. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. Gotcha. Yeah, I like being happy, yeah. It is an important part of history, though. Yeah. No, I don't, yeah, this is not, like, once again, this is not me saying that they're, like, I don't like them, or I'm trying to be, like, an edgelord here, saying, like, you know, they're overrated or some bullshit like that. This is just me. It's just like one of those film gaps I had that just I haven't addressed yet. I'll investigate. I should investigate that. Okay. I'm usually a subbed watcher, Marshall, regardless, because I like hearing it how they envision the voices. In the reading, you know, it doesn't bother me, so I'd probably start with them subbed. Yeah, I don't doubt that, because that like I just got trauma from some anime where, like, you know, a lot of dubbed animes that have just no effort in them. I have to say though, if you watch Berserk, watch the American the dubbed. The dubbed is the best dubbing I've heard from a fucking series. I will not stop.
Fucker.
Yeah, the dub of Berserk is actually worth it. You're a fucker. You're late.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Never. I will never stop. Yeah, it's only from that perspective, though. You know, good voice acting does so much. How are you doing, Jan? Well, I'm doubly late, Jan. Oh, do they? That's a great cast. Oh, it has Keith David. I love Keith David. Minnie Driver was the name I couldn't fucking think of the other day when I was thinking about Good Will Hunting. Keith David, one of the best voices in the biz. Love Keith David. All right, what movies... What movie did Keith David star in? Was one of the stars in that I particularly love? You're a fucker. Hi, Glubhub. What is a Keith David film that he starred in person? They Live is one. You get a point for that, but that's not the particular one. There's another. They Live is so fucking good, though. If you haven't seen They Live, everybody, and you're in the mood for a weird and wacky film, Night Court. I'm talking about a film. I never watched Night Court, though. Oh, do you like that film, Jan? Jan, you've seen the South Park fight, of course, right? Between Timmy and Jimmy. That's how I found out about They Live. Was I was watching the South Park commentaries, and they said I was watching the commentaries, and they said they literally copied the fight move for move and put it into their show. And that's how I found about They Live. And I bought the film in college and watched it because of that. And it's a great film. Great film. Shepard. I'm not familiar with Shepard Fairey. Oh, Bay Guy? That sounds familiar. I just don't know it offhand. Huh, interesting. This is a gap in my knowledge. Jesus Christ. Don't you report me. How could you report what is unreportable? Next you're going to tell me Canada is a real place. Puh. 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 Canada and New Zealand, both myths. Humanities, that's... Oh my god, Marshall. By the way, the other movie Keith David's in is The Thing. Keith David's in one of the greatest films of all time called The Thing. If you haven't seen The Thing, watch it tonight. Interesting. Would you mind sending me, like, just sending me that, what you just wrote in Discord? I watched the male prostitute thing, loved it. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. God, They Live is like the epitome of John Carpenter. Because the movie's not that tight. It's a little janky. It really has some of the elements of his industrial past. But it's well done for the budget. It's fun. Has a really, really great theme to it. The Thing's my favorite film of all time, Marshall. I mean, John Carpenter was all about counterculture shit. I mean, it's hard to really put into words how influential John Carpenter's works are, just as a whole, to movie making, storytelling culturally. You know, having done, you know, Halloween, just think about how culturally influential Halloween is, right? But then in the movie sense, The Thing, hugely influential. I don't know, it's just he had such a unique worldview, and that's why his stuff is not really copyable. No, he's done some absolute horse shit and garbage, a la Ghost from Mars. Horrible film. But he's consistently done, like, weird shit. What was it? Big Trouble in Little China, right? He did that Starman movie with Jeff Bridges. Obviously, They Live. Mouth of Madness, Escape from New York, Escape from LA. What else did he fucking do? I feel like I'm missing a couple other biggies here. He did Creep Show. Well, I think you just gotta express to him that it makes you happy. And, you know, me and you don't necessarily share the same likes with art. I mean, we share some, obviously. I sure hope so. Or you truly are just planning to murder me. But I'm well past the stage of trying to convince other people to not like something. I'll always try and, you know, show people stuff to like something I like, but not to tell them to not like something. Oh yeah, the murder. Yeah, you know how you're intricately planning to murder me? Yeah. You're gonna hire that hitman who only kills people by dropping pianos on them? No, that's, you make it look like, you want people to see it to make it look like an accident so the case is open and shut. You don't get it, Jan. Do I have to teach you how to murder me? Damn it, Jan. This isn't difficult. No, you hire a professional because they know how. They're a professional, they've gotten away with it. You just don't pay them with anything electronically. Son of a bitch!
Grab the children! Save the children!
Those children are not getting saved. Thank you, Maddie. Fair enough. You want to know something weird? I have not gotten food delivered to me in over a year and a half now. Yeah. It's so expensive. I'm broke, yo. I'm broke. But not anymore after taking all that money for the lectures today. Thank you, Snark and Marshall and Stoic. Your toasters every day. I have a toaster in my bathroom. That's a reference I have to create. I just have to fucking paint that. I'm gonna have to paint that from a fucking photo, though, is the only issue. You know, I can create that reference when I'm cleaning my skeleton off. I just need a fucking toaster before I do that. Because I'm going to put my skeleton in the bathtub with tons of bubbles, some rubber ducks, candles, and a toaster with toast in it. And maybe some booze bottles strewn about. Yes, I've just, you know, I've been living so cheaply, and food is like one of the biggest ways to save, so I just literally cook everything. The only, like, food I go out to get is, like, a $10 burrito. Yeah, Mad Magazine could work for that. Do you have any on? If you're willing to part ways with some. Yeah, because a toaster I've been looking out for. Taxidermy. But kind of like, not one of those new toasters. Kind of like an older retro looking toaster. Yeah, so like I mean I cooked this morning. I cooked both my meals. I mean just every meal I have to cook or I don't eat, essentially. Do they not want that otter anymore? I'm willing to give it to somebody? So it could live forever in paintings? Well, that makes sense, Jan. That was the time. Somebody stole it then, huh? That's a shame. I'm in the market for simple taxidermy generally. A lot of taxidermy I come across is like, it's like a squirrel and like a top hat and shit like that. I just want like a cat or dog.
Nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, a raid! Welcome in. Son of a bitch! Marshall! You fucker! Welcome in, Philip. Or feed Philip. Welcome in. Get on in, y'all. What are you seeing? You're seeing the painting of a goddamn lifetime. That's what you're seeing. I am not deranged, okay? I am perfectly sane, okay? Anybody would love to see this in person when I bring them home after the first date. Anyone. Looks terrible. Thank you, Kay. Somebody finally speaking the truth. Oh, Lord! Jesus! I am not deranged. I am perfectly sane, thank you very much. I want you to know that mud helped me think of this. Same with Maddie. Did you not spend a stream working this out with me? It's not necessarily an attic, but it has, yeah, it's a loft. Yeah, it's a loft. People just don't get my art. I mean, that's fair. Fib, please post your links. Post anything you like, your OnlyFans, your Instagram, whatever you'd like. No worries, K-Fry. Good, good, good. We got 2 today, everybody. We got 2. There we go. 2 OnlyFans today. No, that was actually our second. Yeah, 2 for 2. Woo! Oh. Apparently they no longer post. Dang it! You tease. Damn it.
I be smoking.
I was about to, Stoic. I clicked it, yeah. I hope that becomes a thing. People just post their OnlyFans that don't work. But then one of these days, I think I need to start an OnlyFans. Just for that joke. Yeah, if there's anything you... please share your links. I think I actually need to start an OnlyFans for the joke. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm not going to, like... You know, I have my oily fans for the sick shit, but I think I should just do an OnlyFans just So when people like check out my link tree, there's an OnlyFans in there. I actually have plans for doing some feet paintings. Yeah, my oily fans is where the sick shit is. But that's by invite only. It's light. I set up all the lights. You can actually see it. Here. I have 3 different light sources. You can see the 2 that I have over there. And then I got one on the... Hence why one is a warm light and 2 cold lights. That is true, Snare. Warm, exactly. You got to keep the balls warm. Yeah, that would be a good one too. You have to keep the balls warm. But that's the setup. This setup was entirely Mud's idea. This setup was entirely Mud's idea and Maddie's. The entirety of the idea was on them. I was like, maybe we shouldn't have the toilet and the balls on, but they're like, no, you have to have it. This is my vision. How dare you? Exactly. I had no choice. Dicks only, yeah. Well, Joomer, what I'm thinking about doing... So, here, let me grab a prop really quickly. I'll tell you what I'm planning on doing. It's an idea I have at first still life. I just need to actually create the prop. But I got big clowns. Oh, fuck. I have clown's feet. I painted it with acrylic paint. So I made a plaster cast of my hand for props. So this one's just for holding a cigarette. So using those molds, I'm gonna do one of my left foot, but I'm gonna do 2 left feet. I might paint them as well. Who knows? But I actually have to make those. Well, this doubles as something else, Maddie, of course. But, but so yeah, I gotta actually make that and do that, but it's a little bit of a pain in the balls, and I don't have something. I have size 16 feet, so finding a container that can fit my feet and like put a plaster cast in is kind of difficult.
Oh my.
Exactly, Mud, for the butthole times, as we call it in the business. Well, the issue, Maddie, is like it's also a lot of material to do it that way, so I'm also trying to find that's something that barely fits my foot. No, I have a size 16 foot. I'll grab a shoe. I've showed my shoes regularly, yeah. Size 16 US. I am not weird. This is perfectly normal for the Midwest. I'm going to start trying to divert the attention to the Midwest and not myself. There you go, Demon's Lair. Oh, there you go. Hi, Mary. How are you doing? Mary, your commission is coming out great. I know you can't wait to have this in your living room. Your commission is coming out great, Mary. I know you're super excited to hang this up and to show everybody. To add it to the collection. Exactly. It's only 48 by 36 inches. It will really tie the room together. Yeah. You know, a taxidermy chicken would be pretty cool to have. I could see that, K-Fry. Or Key-Fry. You know, I just did blue for the color. But there's like stuff that can be gleaned from it. Just a little. I always feel like I go too much red whenever I see this, but hopefully that's. Something like that. Well, you don't see the floor in this. In like in the painting itself, so I didn't pay attention to the floor. I could have gone farther out, but then it would have been a lot harder to paint. Yeah, I think it needs to be. God, this color is weird for me to see. I guess it needs more red, less yellow. Have a good one, Snark. Of course, I'm happy to talk about that stuff anytime. Isn't that blue? There is a lot of paint in that ground over there because I did put paint on that mannequin and the skeleton that dripped off a little bit. Ah, shit, my banana's falling off. Hold on. Ad start in 4 minutes. Hold on, my banana's falling off the reference. I gotta... Banana and the kiwis were both falling off. No, I'm just gonna let it ride, Maddie. I put this on a piece of wood instead of an actual canvas, but I think the canvas would have worked better. That's true, Demon. I could, but I wanted the shadows in there, Damon. Hence why, this is my third session on this painting, and I haven't painted them in because it was kind of falling off in between every session. I'm gonna add a little bit more of this warm yellow. Not this one. Thought that was it. We also need to take a break, everybody. We all are a bit emotional. We need to take a quick break while ads are going on. So I can't find this tube of paint. I would like to. I think this is it. All right. Oh, thank you, Damon. All right. We got to take a quick 5-minute break, everybody. All right. Like I said, everyone's becoming a little bit emotional. When we come back, we're going to paint the banana and kiwis. Not shampoo, lotion, Key Fried. Yep. Take 5. Smoke them if you got them. We'll see you in 5. Ads are starting in a minute 30.
Okay, people, take a break. We gotta shut down.
I be smoking.
Oh yeah, we're back. We did it. We did it, everybody. It's done. Thank you. We are live. The lotion is for, you mean masochistic purposes? You know what? I'm fine with that meaning, Key Fry. Check 1, syphilis. Check 2, syphilis. Obviously, Key Fry. Check 3. Check on Del or Deli. Check on Deli. Check. Italian beef sounds so good right now. I don't have a great Italian beef place by me. And Italian beef is a pain in the balls to cook. Because it's like it takes like a good 5 or 6 hours. And I don't have a meat slicer. We don't have shit. That's true. I mean, there are some places who I don't know how good theirs is or not. Like, I have places by me that do it. But, so yeah. I'll stop talking, because Italian beef is, one of the world's great luxuries. You should add celery too. Celery and red wine. Also thyme. A sprig of thyme. I'll spell check whatever the fuck I please. Thyme. So, oh my god, I got God again. It's like all these Einsteins in chat are joking around with me. Bunch of Einsteins. All right. What time is it? All right. Foosball starts in a little bit more than half an hour. That's the curse, isn't it, Jan? That's the curse right there. Foosball is not the devil. Dear Lord! How dare you? Foosball is the devil. Let's get these nice balls in here. For any of you nut professionals in there, just let me know if they seem off. All right, I'm looking at you, Jan. I am an Illinois Stoic, as you know. But I'm very happy that Illinois is resisting. And we're putting up a good fight. And also another warning to everybody. Basically, I'm liable to do some plein air stuff any of the upcoming days that it's sunny out. It's not supposed to be sunny out tomorrow or Saturday. But if I do, when I do that, it's going to be pastels initially. Yeah, that might need to go farther to the right. Maybe like over here. Maybe that much. And that will start earlier in the morning, and that won't be on YouTube, everybody. That won't be on YouTube. As in live. It will only be on Twitch live. And then I'll put the video on YouTube. But if anybody has streaks that they care about, I'll still post it in Discord, and I'll try and do it the night before. But just FYI to everybody. But we're probably gonna, the plan is to do some simple pastel plein airs. Hopefully like they only take about a couple hours. Probably 10 Central. Like 10 to noon. While we got this great fall weather. You're surprised it hasn't snowed yet? Yeah, not yet. In due time. In due time, young Padawan. You're in Texas, right, Stoic? Why do I always forget where you live? Colorado. Why do I always forget that? Are you near Denver? Are you a part of the cabal under the Denver National Airport? Knew it. Have you ever heard of that before? Of that conspiracy theory? I made that banana way too big. Ah, beans. Oh, no shit? I knew you couldn't be trusted. I think I'm making these balls too big. Let's go with the shadow next. I have a black cloud that always follows me around, Keyfry. I was cursed by a witch in the woods. So what you're hearing is live and real. You know, everybody loves big balls. I was cursed by a witch in the woods, in their dying breath. Not of my fault. All right? Let's just say they had it coming. Let's just say, all right? I'm not admitting to anything here, but they had it coming. Okay? Let's just say that they knew too much. It seems too dark. All right? Who wouldn't eat a perfectly good house that I thought was made out of candy? All right? Innocent mistake. Think still too dark. Perfectly innocent mistake that anyone would make. And then, you know, when they accidentally get hit by my car and die from their injuries, that's a mistake that anybody could make. Okay? I'm not the bad guy here. All right? Yeah, thank you, Maddie. Thank you. If anything, I am the victim.
Move this man!
No! No! Bad, Kaylin. Bad. Poor witch. No. That witch had it coming. Alright? Sure, that witch provided medical care for their community based in science, but they were a demonic witch. Okay? Sure, they were maybe on their way to curing cancer. Okay? That doesn't give them the right to tell me that I can't eat their house. What am I missing? Why am I being judged? What is this? Am I on trial here? What am I, am I the bad guy here? Ridiculous. I didn't know that they were a witch before I ran them, before they were accidentally hit by my car and died of their injuries. All right, I did not intentionally drive my car over them several times. All right, let's get the facts straight. I don't know what you're talking. God bless it. Mix your paints, you ding dong. Paints, if you don't cooperate, I might hit you with my... Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. There's nothing to clip there. Nothing, nothing whatsoever. Stoic, I'm starting to think you know too much. Stoic. You just hear a car start right behind you all of a sudden. Yeah, you don't know anything. Right? You didn't see and or hear anything. I know. All I'm saying is if your houses end up being eaten, it couldn't be me. Maybe they should stop making houses out of candy. You ever think of that? Maybe less candy houses? Guilty! Making that banana too big again. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. Nobody's going to see that clip. Nobody. I did paint the banana too big. Maybe body shape of the mosquito. I kind of see that. Ooh, mix. God bless it. There's that much white, unmixed white. That old trick? Yeah, it's old hat now. I'm what you call, Shas, I'm what you call in the biz a hack, okay? I'm what we call in the biz a hack. Huh. Hack on. Oh, you too, Marshall? No, this is only about dick and balls here, Key Fry. We can't let the message fall through that this is a ripe old dick and balls. You know, we're paying homage to one of the greatest pieces of art in modern history, everybody. All right? We have to pay homage to it. Where would this world be at if it weren't for, what was it called, The Comedian? Where would this world be if this didn't exist? Sure, maybe a crypto-fascist did buy this work of art for an exorbitant amount of money. God bless it. I have a feeling I'm making this canvas too bright, but we'll see. It's one of our major visual effects.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day!
You need help. Marshall, you have a problem. I think that nanner needed to come up a little bit more. Oh, fuck me. So this is one of the, I talked about this last time I painted though, but one of the things I've noticed about myself that I struggle with is when I'm painting from just my sight, I tend to make things too big, and I kind of constantly do that, and I don't have a good explanation why. If anybody can tell me why I do such a thing, I'll give you a painting of my choosing. And it's a question I don't know the answer of, so. A soup can? What kind of soup? Do what a thing? I paint things too large, Maddie. Pretty consistently. Well, no, I don't. Not with... Well, these are just brushes, you know. But Marshall, I try to train my eye. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've done this with a few paintings. Like, do you remember when I did that skeleton? That was just sitting down with the cigarette on the chair? Twice. On both times... I had to do massive readjustments to it, and one of them looks like shit now to me because of how out of whack it is. And even when I tried doing some type of like measuring, you know, I still had that issue. Like the one with the side table and the cigarette, that one I had to like completely change my like my layout because of how off it got. And I was trying to do that one just by eye. It was very odd. Well, it's not very odd. We're talking about a skill issue, right? But it's interesting that my default is to too big. Versus too small. That could be very true, Maddie. Well, because you know I generally I'm sitting right in front of this side, so everything to this side I'm like having to look at an angle a bit. And I've generally sat to the left of my paintings because of the camera. Is my palette frozen again? Oh, it definitely is. Damn it, why didn't anybody tell me my palette was frozen? That happens way too often. You're all supposed to be watching everything. Oh, thank you, Maddie. Damn son of a bitch. You are all supposed to be watching attentively. Too late now. I see how it is. It's like nobody actually watches and is here just to berate me. Fair enough, Stoic. Also, the palette cam is a lot tinier than usual.
Fool this man!
No! Unbelievable. You take advantage of the situation like that? Well... Let's see how it is. Well, we don't, we only watch this out of pity. Not because we like what's going on. Oh. I see. Let's just say... Why is your voice getting so high when you say that? I know, Manny. I know. You lost that bet with the devil, who happens to be very pro my stream. Thank you very much. He described it as the most torturous thing one could watch. And I took that as a compliment. I'm doing something right then. That's true. It sounds good. Maddie or Mud, could you put a note in the mod chat to start a OnlyFans and the OilyFans idea we had? Thank you. Should I put a section, like the links? Should I just say the best links? On my... Is that what you're after? Is that what you're after, Stoic?
I be stroking.
Yeah. Kevin is packing. Kevin is indeed packing. The horrors of that. He's packing by watercolor standards, everybody. Dear Lord! Well, Kevin is barely conscious. Kevin's always, always on like Four Loko number 5 or 6. Hi, Burger. Fair enough. You sick person. Let's paint on the shirt. Hi, Odorous. Seems like too much. That just sounds difficult. Get up all in there. Nice and deep like. You're sick. Sick! Gross! Ooh.
Grab the children! Save the children!
Thought you'd sneak one on me. No reaction. 'Cause I'm dead inside.
That's a fact.
Random historical paint fact. Yeah, right. We can talk about the discovery of pigments. As in, the first pigments that were discovered were the earth pigments, and kind of like naturally occurring pigments through living, aka ochres and umbers that could just be picked off the ground, right? Were used in cave paintings, and then like charcoal and soot from fires were used, usually without a binder, or they were using like saliva. Was fairly common. I don't believe animal fat was ever. It can't really be used as a binder, but it's in the context of cave paintings were most akin to like pastels, the use of pastels, than anything. So, I mean, you could use a non-drying one. So then we get to essentially three ancient civilizations. We have the Mayans, gotcha, odors. Yeah, I do know that they use soot, and that was primarily from animal fat burning, so that would make sense that they use that as like a light source. Or it was caused from them, using it as a light source. But then we get to the ancient civilizations. So the main ones being the Han Dynasty in China, the Mayans, and then the Egyptians. There's evidence of all three of those societies using lake pigments. That's where they take chalk or like a neutral, translucent, inert substance and dyeing it with a dye. The Mayans used clay in addition as a medium, with some extremely interesting historic results for their colors, Mayan blue particularly, because it's a pigment that is traditionally not light fast, but when bound in clay is apparently exceptionally light fast. So it was able to obtain some additional properties because of clay in itself. But the Egyptians were also, I don't know if we have evidence on this subject for the Han Dynasty. I don't think we have it for the Mayans, but them refining pigment. So that means like taking lapis lazuli, which is, ultramarine blue, and trying to essentially extract only the blue parts, right? Cinnabar, malachite, azurite, of like them additional refinement of materials. And the Egyptians are credited with the first synthetic pigment called Egyptian blue. All right. And Egyptian blue was a big deal back then. It was traded with Greece at some point, as the Pliny the Elder's journal talks about it, as well as it being found in Pompeii, in the ruins of Pompeii. But so they essentially discovered other earth minerals, right? Orpiment, realgar, malachite, azurite, ultramarine blue, cinnabar, if I didn't say cinnabar already, and were able to use them as additional pigments, right? Discovering all of those, right? The next big advancements, the next two big advancements, was the discovery of lead white. So now altering a mineral to create a pigment, right? So the Greeks, I believe it was the Greeks who figured out lead white. And I believe that information also transferred over to the Romans, who, to my understanding, discovered minium, which is a red lead pigment, and then also being able to refine cinnabar into vermilion. Okay? Vermilion being one of the most important synthetic pigments in history as far as its usage, and its vibrancy relative to what was available. Now, some interesting things here. The recipe for lead white was lost in time, to only be discovered again by Will Ferrell in The Land of the Lost. Okay? Which one can also say is, I believe it was the 1600s or 1700s, that I believe it was a French person, figured out how to make lead white like the Greeks did. However, the Flemish painters apparently had already discovered it for over 100 years prior, but because information was so secretive, they didn't tell anybody. And there is evidence to back that ass up. All right. All right. So now there's the difference between discovery as well, in addition to the notion of usable. So what I mean by that is the Han Dynasty discovered cobalt blue, or you better yet say that cobalt can make a range of colors. So if anyone's familiar with like fine china or like Chinese pottery and so forth, with the blue on that is actually cobalt blue, that they learned that if they put these essentially stones, at the time, these stones or minerals in their glazes, they can create intricate blue blue designs. However, they couldn't refine it into a pigment. So they essentially discovered cobalt blue pigments, and just cobalt, I just say cobalt and its use as pigments in general, but they couldn't create it in a usable sense for painting, right? This was the case for cadmiums too. Cadmium was discovered, I believe, usable for pigments, like, I think in the late 1700s, but there wasn't a clear methodology for making the pigment. I think it took like 60 or 70 years. It took a while. But really things changed though once essentially humans started understanding chemistry, and then a ton of pigments started to roll, be able to be created, right? So mid to late 1700s, like 1770s, we get Prussian blue and alizarin crimson as the first like chemically synthetic pigments, right? But then soon after that, we have cobalt blue, we have we have cobalt blue, we have synthetic ultramarine blue, the cadmiums, manganese pigments, synthetic orpiment. Once we just started understanding things, and then just kind of rolled off. Titanium white was, I believe, discovered to be used in the late 1800s, but then we formulated how to actually make it in the is that one? This is make it until 1918 or something like that. And yeah, and then it just kind of discovery after discovery in the 1900s, right? The quinacridone colors, the pyrrole colors, the phthalo colors were all the 1900s. And then to like now we have yttrium-based pigments that have essentially been the recent discoveries with Yinmin blue, and apparently there's a few others. There's a new chromium one that Drez told me about. And that's kind of the nice thing. A lot of pigments are discovered accidentally. Almost all. Yin Tico, is that the one you were telling me about yesterday? That I lightly read up, but it was a little dry and sciencey for my taste. As in, there wasn't like any, from my knowledge base, a lot of useful information. Oh, Yin Tico is something else? Okay. Good to know. Oh, do I? I'll have to take it out. What color was it? Opaque. Oh, that one. Okay, yep, I remember that one. Fuck, wrong brush. Wrong brush. Wrong brush. Wrong brush. That's it. Okay, wait, two wrong brushes, apparently. Why would I get yellow in all these? Reminds me I gotta put up football. And that's the end of that. And Maddie, that only cost you $4,236. Already taken out of your account.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, a raid! Fox Girl. What do I owe this pleasure? Hola! Fair enough.
Oh my God!
Son of a bitch, Anonymous. You goddamn son of a bitch. One of these days, Anonymous. One of these days, we'll find you. We'll find you, Anonymous. Neptus! Anonymous! That's whenever I see you, Anonymous, that's what I think. I hear that song. Maddie, have you not figured out who Anonymous is yet? You said you were going to. Thank you very much, Fox. I'll post your links before you go eat. Just hellish, yeah. It's changing that like, Neptus Dominus. It would be Neptus Anonymous. Well, enlighten me, Drez. Good. Everyone go follow Fox Girl. I've been following him for a matter of seconds. You should too. All right. Well, you said you figured it who it was out. All right. Everyone go follow Fox Girl now. You know what's good for you. And let's make sure we have a bounty on Anonymous on who Anonymous is. All right, we need to figure it out. Now, what are you saying? How dare you come into this stream? How dare you? Whatever. I do what I want. And then you quote South Park right in front of me. Unbelievable. Well, I hope you had a good stream. Did you finish your piece, by the way? Or are you eating already? You did? Congrats. Looking good. You paint the sides? Is that what you mean? I do not do that. Unless they wanted like a flat color. Fox Girl was on for a while before I started. I was watching him today. Never, Fox Girl. Because my paintings should be framed. And then it doesn't matter. Yeah, there you go. Just demand that they be framed. And guilt them. Right? Revive the Catholic in yourself and guilt trip them. Oh my God, I'm getting to work. God. Gall. Progress is slow today, though. Really trying to do this canvas tight. Like a tiger. And that was my one Austin Powers quote of the day. Used up. What's the age-old question? Asaponia. Aceponia? I see. Well, it might have been me. Okay. All right. It might have been me. He might have knew too much. All right. Just like everybody knows too much. That's true. That's true. Oh yeah, I gotta put on the football game. One second.
Grab the children! Save the children!
Absolutely not, Schmuckleberry. Never. There we go. Nope, not at all. Not even close. Maddie, your favorite team's playing right now. Oh boy! They're already up 7-0. All right. Okay. These shadows are really, and the color of this tape is really weird to me. I think they're brighter than what I've been painting them, but I'm very skeptical of how blue they are. Same with the shadows. I even get a little purpley. I can, Maddie. I can. Oh boy! That's what I heard from you. What color is that? This? See, I'm angling this dong too much, huh? The angle of the dangle is too much. Yep, there. All right. Get out of my head! Get out! And you call me crazy. I hope you're terrified, Mud. I hope you just scared yourself. Take a cold shower. You'll find yourself buying props soon. Past the point of no return. No going back now. Nope. All right, that's your Austin Powers quote of the day. That's yours. No going back now. It seems too... You looking like a banana yet? I don't even know how well you can see it. Very nannering good. I gotta fix this duct tape again. 1 second. Camera will move. Here, you can get a closer look at that nanner. That moved the banana more than I expected. That moved it a lot. Ah, shit. We're just gonna leave it. Yeah, no, it's just so like what's happening, Mud, is like one side of the tape is like starting to come off and the banana like shifted. So when I put it back, it moved the banana like a half an inch. But I just, at this point, I just don't want to like redo a lot of that, but I can do stuff like this. Yeah. It's probably too much red. No. Fuck. Shit. Little slip of the brush. Cax. Thankfully it wasn't that bad. Wait, are they re-releasing Wicked into theaters already? I think I just got a commercial for that. Man, our company's desperate. Nope. Too much. Do 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 do. Well, the tape already came loose again, so that's good. So I'm just going to roll with it like that. Why do those items pop so much more than the rest? Sorry, what items? It just doesn't seem to adhere to this wood very well. Odorous, can you explain more? Ass tape? Like the banana? Well, I haven't done any finishing over here yet, right? So... Well, you know, it could be the saturation. It's a little bit of a weird color because it's like desaturated, so I'm using a higher saturation. I don't know. Because, like, fuck. Of course I get one of those. Okay. Maybe it is just making him brighter. This is also one of the problems with warm light, with non-neutral light here, is that everything is just so warm. So the contrast, mix your fucking paints. Yes. And it's like, I feel like the canvas is too yellow, but I don't know what the right answer is right now. If I just need to put a little green in it, maybe. Maybe I just gotta make it more red. Let's see how this looks first. See, everything has like a yellowish tone because of that light. So let's see how this looks. That looks so blue. Let's try this. Maybe that's just red. I'll hurry up. Go as fast as I can. God, now it just looks like total yellow. Fucking A. I think I need to figure out, I need to really dial in this color. On the canvas, that is. Like, this is going to seem very dark. I think I might have made it a little bit too bright. So I got an idea. I could recycle a bunch of paint here. Probably lean into the orange a little bit more. It might just be this. This just might be the result. So that seems dark, but I think that might be the more of the tone in this area. And then this area stays bright. You're seeing it more yellow than it is, but than what I feel like I'm seeing. Might even... Now making this darker will help these things pop a little bit even more. Pop! And then I could selectively highlight a few areas. Thank you, bud. It's interesting how yellow it looks to you. Yeah. It just, sometimes I use the camera to see where I'm at, but it just doesn't feel accurate with regards to this right now. But so then, when I move right, it seems to desaturate a little bit, which makes me want to put a little bit of ultramarine. Maybe a touch of this. Fuck. Stay out of there. I'm trying to keep the silhouettes clean as well. Ooh. Let's see how that looks. I think I got to do that even more. Okay. Ooh, that was a lot. All right, let's remake some of it. Hello, hello. That's more of the range we want to be in. Making my arm tired. Is that what they're called? Oh wait, let's snooze the ads. Let's snooze the ads. Did you snooze the ads or did I? Yeah, I should probably take another break. We'll take it when that comes through. Yeah, I know I snoozed it. I snoozed it. Yeah. I was asking you because I saw I had one of 3 snoozes available, and I was like, I think I only did it once, so I wasn't sure if you did it or not. Oh, what the fuck? All right, we got 2 minutes. Okay. All right, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a break, everybody. Might be in for a long one today. Might be in for a long one. We'll see. Buckle in, everybody. Nobody's getting sleep tonight. No one. All right. Okay. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, everybody. We'll see everybody when we get back. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh lord! Oh no! Thank you, Omizu. Hi, Sashi. That's right. A good old-fashioned deuce, as they say in the biz. As we say in the biz. Woo-wee! 5? You gotta pump those numbers, Sashi. You mean 500. How have you been, Sashi? I said you gotta pump those numbers. You gotta get that up to 500. All right, good. Good, Sashi. Come on! Well, everybody's got to be on streak breaking alert because I'm going to be doing... I plan on doing some pastel plein airs soon. And those are going to be in the mornings. When those happen... We gotta be on streak break. Watcha! I'm doing all right. That's good. That's good to hear, Sashi. I hope that works out for you. Oh, are they brand new? Okay. Well, oh, what the fuck? Was I using this? Sounds good, Mud. Thank you. Have a good one, Nini. And I might fuck it up. I might. Don't. Nini. Rest well. Oh my god. Terrifying, Sashi. You know I scare easy. Yeah, Jesus. Okay, that's another pair of pants. That's another pair. No, no. Nope. They're designer, in fact. No, I have to look fashionable. Jinkies, yeah, it's the price of fashion. It's just a movie list. I haven't done too many more new ones recently. I rewatched a few movies. I rewatched, I watched The Evil Dead and The Thing the other day. I watched Dracula Dead and Loving It, coincidentally, just because it came up on my YouTube feed and it was free. It's a Mel Brooks, it's a Mel Brooks comedy with Leslie Nielsen as Dracula. It's stupid. It's fun. It's nostalgic. Like, there's not, like... There's not really a lot of value as a movie there, but it's a movie that makes me feel warm and comfy. But like a lot of Mel Brooks films, they don't age too poorly. It is what it was. It is what I remembered, but I don't know As Above and Below. It sounds familiar, and I don't know what Halloween Town is at all. Hi, Pickles. Well, thank you. It usually... Oh, wait, you're talking about the paint? Oh. Okay. No one ever compliments my actual junk. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Pickles. Thank you. I needed that. I needed a win. Huh. I think... Huh. When was that made, Sashi? Oh, wait, you're talking about the... Oh, okay. Okay, so it's another false alarm? Okay. Well, thank you, Sashi. Thank you very much. Huh. I'll have to look into it. Hi, Richards. How you doing, bud? Well, we're trying. We're trying, Richards. I've not even heard of that. Bad Ben? I have not even heard of that, Sashi. That Trump has phone. Oh, did it? Okay, I'll take a look into it, Richards. I am on Facebook. Because it just auto posts. But I don't actively use it. What decade I'm in? I don't know. Are they just called Bad Ben? Sasha, you know I'm pretty knowledgeable. I have not heard of these. How dare you? How dare you? You can give Sashi an oily point. You can give them a oily point. I know you like calling me old, even though you're the oldie McScrooge over here. Your birthday's coming up too. Gonna let it shine, gonna let it shine. Oh, nothing. Probably just like a good cry. You have 34 now? Oh, gotcha. By the way, Richards, you know, if you're looking for any remote help, I could use some work right now. And I'm very cheap and good. I could start tomorrow.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh my god! Eye paper, art clippy. Yeah, no real plans, Sashi, for my birthday. Maybe I'll plein air. Or paint. Son of a bitch! You fucker! Ooh, even let you light shine down. Richards, I'll message you on Discord. Yeah, I'll download Rhino. Yeah, I am serious. I'm not like trying to like force you, but yeah, if you have work, I got time. Oh, I love cold weather, Sashi. Awesome. Yeah, no jokes, Richards. I could work all day tomorrow. But yeah, I'll message you on Discord and we can talk. When is my birthday? My birthday is November 19th. November 19th. I was born of a jackal. Might have killed several nannies as well. Sorry. Several nannies might have killed themselves. But that wasn't on me. That was on the nanny service. I might be. I have one right by me, Richards. I just have to work out some details on my Saturday. But there's one by me starting at 11 a.m. I didn't even know about it until the other day, though. But my city is pretty good for those things, too. So, and plus we have like an ice center, you know, we have an ice presence right now. So... Deep red Naples, yeah. Be safe, though, Richards. They say, hi, Claire. They say to don't bring your cell phone to those things, but yeah, please be careful, Richards. Because they'll use any example to start fucking with people. They're not handling Chicago in the slightest. Because, like, I'm very happy with how Chicago has been dealing with these fucking fascists. There's been a lot of good stuff, but, you know, they also have, you know, guns and shit. They killed a dog the other day in Chicago. Yeah, I bet. Just be careful, Richards. Yeah, they're like pursuing somebody into a house, and then they said there was a dog locked in this room because the family was complying, and then they opened up the door and then they shot the dog.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Good, Richards. Oh my God! A raid! Well. If it isn't silver grains. Silver grains. How was your stream, Silver? What were you up to today? Post your links now. You have 17 seconds. Ooh, that's a red. Silver, can you hear me? Okay, good. You made some... I almost thought you said paints and I was going to have to send my goons over. I thought you said you were making paints and I was this close to mobilizing my goons. I was this close! Of course I wouldn't. I'm a coward. But I have to talk a big game. I mean, that's the goal, Richards. That's the goal. I'm trying to be a little bit more tight with the important things on this. Well, my goons, the gang of my goons are the gooners, okay? But, lucky for Silver that I, saw that they said Prince instead of Paints, so they will not feel the wrath of the gooners. They call themselves that, okay? They call themselves the Gooners. I would have preferred Goonies or Newsies, but they just were insistent. They were insistent. Good. Good. And post your website too, Silver. Yeah, the driving gooners. Oh, that would be great. Ooh, well done. I've seen those before. Just not printed. I've seen them on digitally. Well done. Your work's always very impressive. Oh, awesome. I'm gooning madly. All right. Everybody, we're doing a rebrand. Omizu insists we're doing a rebrand, everybody. Instead of I'm painting badly, it's I'm gooning madly. That's what the people want. We're switching to only gooning content. Whatever sick and twisted shit that may be. Strictly gooning content. Hi, Holy Angie. Or, wait, Holy Angle. Holy Ang L. I can read. All right? I could prove it with this certificate. I could definitely prove... Oh, shit. Got paint all over me. All right? I could also prove that I don't have donkey brains. Unrelated. Good. Well, I know I did. Obviously. As somebody who can read and count, I definitely learned how to count. All right, don't even think about it. All right, I can count. Oh, did you? Yeah, stream's going well. We're just continuing with this. We got this, you know, pretty much done today. Easy. All right, hold on. All right, we got one. All right, I'm pretty sure that's right. We have two. Okay, all right. All right. It's going well. I'm going to say 4. 4 is next. 4. Good. We're on the right track. I'm a genius. 4. No, it's F-O-R. It's just F-O-R. Pickles. Huh. You didn't even know what the 4 is. All right. Next is obviously 17. All right, then we got 19. I'm on a roll here. I've never told a lie in my life. Slander. Slander, slander. By the way, Richards, are you still there? I'm going to send you my email right now, by the way. I realize I could just do it from my phone. It'll be on Discord. There you go. Sent, Richards. I have never lied in my life. Bristlebanger is a pretty good burn though. Stoic. Oh yeah, we are at 23. All right. Then 27. No, not 27. 29. Yep, 29 was definitely next. Then we got 31. This is so easy. I never knew counting was so easy. Then we have 37. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what you mean by that. On Tuesdays only. Great, Richards. I'll download Rhino tonight, by the way. I'll get that downloaded and set up. It's free, right? Okay. Yeah, no, that's already been sent, Richards. You should be getting it. I was originally trying to ship it on Monday, and then what's it? I didn't realize Columbus Day was on Monday, so it was sent on Tuesday. Sent on Tuesday. One thing I didn't do, and I forgot to do it, so I apologize for this. On the tube of the filler material, there's no label on it, but it's just the larger tube. So the large tube is the filler material. I realized I was like planning on doing it, and then I packed it up and didn't realize it until after I had sent it. But yeah, you should, I believe it said Friday. It should arrive to you by, so tomorrow. Friday, or, I mean, it should be in tomorrow or Saturday. And thank you for the order. And that goes for everybody. If everybody wants to paint badly like this, okay? If you want to paint badly like well, the thing you have to do is use badly made paints. Okay? You want to paint badly. Okay? It's a must. It's an absolute must. We all know that paint means everything in the quality of your work. Okay? Obviously, materials override skill. Obviously. Right? Who else used badly made paint, you might ask? Well, first of all, Leonardo da Vinci, John Singer Sargent, Monet, Gustave Caillebotte, Bruce Valanche, Nathan Lane. Okay? Tom Hanks. All of the Baldwin brothers. Morgan Freeman. They all use badly made paint. Okay? Katharine Hepburn. Just to name a few. Yep. Michelle Obama. No, I refused. I refused to sell to Picasso. Not Picasso. Omizu. Richards. Jorge Bush. Junior and senior. Jeb Bush. Well, I was talking about all the people, all the famous artists who use badly made paints. Hi, Nordic. Who else used my paint? Ricardo Montalban used my paints. Grace Kelly. Princess Diana. Queen Elizabeth. Justin Trudeau, even though Canada's a myth. Kim Jong-un. Will Ferrell. Thank you. I do remember In Living Color, yep. Jim Carrey. But not McCarthy, Jenny McCarthy. She sucks. Ric Flair. Big user of badly made paints. Big user. Robin Williams, yep. And his daughter Zelda. Serena and Venus Williams. George the Animal Steel. Yes. And Jake the Snake. But not Hulk Hogan. Fuck Hulk Hogan. Like Adam Sandler. Yeah. Yep. Lincoln did. Ulysses S. Grant. Sherman. Theodore Roosevelt. Grover Cleveland. Shania Twain. Queen Latifah. LeBron James. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Bono. No, fuck Bono. I refuse Bono. He tried to buy. I said no. These are all the people who use badly made paints. Did you like the painting? Exactly. Kurt Russell. John Carpenter. Roosevelt talking to Donald Duck. I could not, but that would be hilarious. Yeah. Michelangelo. Raphael. Velasquez. Hieronymus Bosch. Papa Smurf. Scrappy Doo. Fred. Not Flintstone, we're talking Scooby-Doo. Boris and Natasha from Rocky and Bullwinkle. All these people love badly made paints. Definitely Arthur, yeah. Yes, Master Splinter. Josie from Josie and the Pussycats. John the Baptist. Archangel Michael. Judas. yeah. Pickles, we had the same thought right after that. Oh, God. Brutus. Amelia Earhart. Definitely Amelia Earhart. As you can see, we have quite a bit of famous users of badly made paint. The smoke monster from Lost. Yep. Yep, Cleopatra did too. Well, not with cadmiums, with bismuth. She was safe. Pickles. With my bismuth vanity yellow lemon. Satan! Yep. Do a lot of business with him. He uses it for all the classes he teaches. Safety, schmafety, of course. All the Goo Goo Dolls. Yep. But none of the Verve, and I refused Lenny Kravitz as well. Keith David, once again, Keith David. Rowdy Piper. Possibly Pickles. Oh, fuck. What am I thinking? The Beatles, all of them, but not Yoko. But also Julian. And Pete Best, of course. The Mountain Goats, that really cool band. Yeah, not Yoko. The Xenomorphs, yeah. Yeah, the Xenomorphs from Alien. Oh god, they go through a crazy amount of paint. Crazy amount. Not Predator though. The Predators are more acrylics. The Nun from The Conjuring. Yeah, no, their card was declined. I would have sold. Cinderella, yep. Can't forget about them. Pepe the Frog? No. I refuse Pepe. Too much baggage there. I also refuse Damien Hirst. Jan. Pickles. Sashi. And then about 12 porn stars have bought my watercolors. But I don't think they're using it for painting reasons. The dog from It's Fine. And Airbud. Airbud too. Yeah, most of you might not know this, but my watercolors fuel the porn industry. The goat from What We Do in the Shadows, exactly. The yodeling kid from Walmart. Yep. I think you'll like them, Richards. I mean, they're strong as fuck, you know, and it's a mixing palette. Richards, I'm gonna look into making pastels because I had a little bit of the itch to make pastels. I just don't know how many batches and how many color. I would really have to lay out the colors on that. But I'm considering making pastels. But there's might be some equipment, you know, I don't think, you know, one thing is pastels also, like, I'd have to be comfortable with the fact that pastels most likely wouldn't sell, like, a good amount, but you would buy pastels? Then maybe they would. Maybe I'm just wrong. What are pan pastels? What does that mean? That is not something term I'm familiar with. They're just in a dish? Do you use brushes with them? Are they like the chalk kind, Amizu, or are they soft? Because I would make soft pastels with a sponge knife. Interesting. Let me look into that, Richards. Let me look into that. They're that expensive? What a fucking ripoff. There's no justification for that price. There's just none. I'll take a look into that, Richards. There's no justification for that ridiculous price. Really? Okay. I'll investigate. A guy that worked at the same office as a friend of mine and ate nothing for lunch other than a family pack of fish fingers. He didn't. Yep, that guy. Big user, Nordic. A full set is like... What are these prices for pastels? The fuck? Can I charge these prices for pastels? I wonder how much pigment they use. Only if they're good, but what constitutes good in pastels, Amizu? Yeah, Richards, I'll give you a deal. Well, I mean, you know, I would always I try and make my paints. I put as little as a margin as I think is reasonable. So for example, on a tube of burnt umber, I make like $5. To give you an idea, my biggest margin is probably on lead white and bismuth, but that's because I need to get a lot of pigment. There's a lot of initial investment to make it in the amounts. So like I probably make like well, probably less now on both, but on the previous, my margins were like $11 on those two. That was also to keep them cheaper, but also in line with other industry paints. Somewhat in line. But most of my paints are like $8 to $10 margins. But titanium white, ultramarine blue, burnt umber, and yellow ochre are my lowest margins. Also, my lowest margin on tube of paint is actually lamp black, but that's because it costs the least. Like, I think I put my lowest margin on that. I don't know. Watercolors, my margins are very low. Like, arguably way too low because of the time, but doesn't really bother me that much. Yeah, I just need to understand what is good quality. What would make paying that much for a pastel? Like, is it just size as well? Like, are they big? Oh, I know, Richards. But like, are those pastels big? Are they? Okay, so they're bigger. They're much bigger than the ones I use. I just wonder how much pigment they put in there then. Because, I mean, one of that size, it obviously shrunk or shrinks. That's for the pan pastels. Interesting. All right, I'll start doing research on pastels, everybody. I'll start doing research on pastels. And then I'd probably lay out I'd probably consult all of you about what colors, you know, because you have to do a batch and I have to pre-mix the colors, right? So you do a white, a lemon yellow, but then we have to do some desaturated yellows, some pinks, some light blues. Like I'd probably want to offer like 30. God, that's a lot of work. Corpse green, condom yellow, heroin black. $24, you think, Richards? Don't tempt me with a good time, Nordic. I also have to think about wrapping them. Fuck. How would I wrap them? What would be a cheap way for me to wrap them? Do I just print like a paper? Print my logo on a paper and then you just glue it? All right, that's fair, Nordic. That's fair. Hire some Cuban ladies. There aren't Cubans over here. A little paper. Yeah, for the pan ones, that would be simple, obviously. I also just need to save up money to do that. Nice. To get that equipment I needed. Nice. Indeed, holy angle. Well, I can tell you I'll look into it for everybody. I couldn't see myself getting it actually on the market within... Unless I did specific colors first and not a set. But I don't think people would want to buy specific colors. Yeah. Well, I could probably do something out of wood. In animal shapes. No worries, Holy Angle. You know, lurkers are very appreciated. But just know, Holy Angle, you're walking a fine line. We're watching. Remember, HR is always watching. Do not cross HR. That's right. The HR that runs the stream is terrifying. Ugh. Give me the shakes. How much do you think a press like that would be, Richards? If you had to guess. Because if I was committing to doing it, I know you have to like let the water drain out and shit.
A good evening.
Probably a few hundred. That's not that bad. A good evening. maybe not that much longer. I'm gonna try and do some more with this toilet paper roll, but I don't want to do the rest of this red yet today, and I don't want to do anything with the skeleton. So maybe just like a half hour more. I could go longer. I just feel like I probably should just stop. Though. It's too yellow, I think. Will do, Pickles. Thank you for hanging out as usual. Give HR my best. Well, well, well. If it isn't Mono Digits. How you doing, Mono? Nice to see you, bud. Hope you've been well. Still too yellow, I think. And too bright? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, you still on Diablo 2? Nice. I've been playing tons of PoE too on my free time. Been really digging it. Love this patch. You know, they fixed a lot. They didn't fix everything, Mono, but like, there's definitely some novelty. Crafting is really good right now. Yeah, they've just you know, they made a lot of really good steps. You'll probably want in on the next patch, though. A druid should be here for the next patch. That's been confirmed, and there might be another class and additional weapons. I'd say the biggest issue right now is that there's not enough weapons. Oh, nice. Have you been streaming at like? Because I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you streaming when I've been awake. So yeah, that will probably be December. Mono is when the next league should be. You're looking at modern contemporary art, Mono. Okay. This, you remember that painting of the or not painting, that modern art of the banana duct taped? Well, I got the new one on loan. That's the new one. All right. They're trying to sell it for $60 million, but I have it on loan. All right, that's the new one. And then I just thought I'd have my, skeletons looking at it, or my other props looking at it. Looks better than yours. Fair enough. Kellen has the cease and desist in the mail. I haven't gotten it yet. I have not been served papers. Is Catalan in Amizu? Is Catalan on Instagram? And should I tag him when I eventually post this? If the Oni would have more detail, I would eat my hat. Well, I'm at this area is not finished yet, so. So yes, it's on the way. It's on the way, Mono. Giving up on you. Yep. This is just, this is just the block in. So that detail is coming. And don't worry, I'm not charging 60 million for this, okay, everybody? I'm only charging 59 million for this paint. All right, it's a deal. This is a deal. Only 59 million for this. Okay. Only 59 million for this. This is a steal of the century, everybody. Because obviously when Jan actually murders me, this will at least triple, quadruple in price. Might even be approach $1 billion. This painting will easily be worth $1 billion in a few years. Easily. God, I wasted a lot of phthalo fluids on there. I'm giving up on you. I'm still standing. Better than I ever did. I'm still Mozart, like dark chocolate. Interesting. I mean, put some in some coffee with some cream and creme de cacao or whatever, or Kahlua. Yeah, Kahlua coffee. That. And some Baileys. How's your break been treating you, by the way? Your break still going well? No, but you can add Baileys and stuff. Well, you had like what, 2 months? Okay, yeah. All right. I was just making sure I wasn't confused. Till December 1st? Nice. All right. So you got a lot of Diablo 2 left in you. I'm still standing better than I ever did. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Ooh. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Have I been working on my detail? I wouldn't say that. I would say it's more of I'm choosing to do more detail on this one. If that makes sense. If that makes sense to you. Or like spend a little bit more time in the weeds on this. Great, Richards. I will take a look at it tonight after I eat. And thank you, Richards. I'm still standing better than I ever did. God damn it, I heard that in a commercial, now I can't get it out of my head. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. What just happened? Hi, Mono. Lay tit. Oh, lay tits now. What is this, Celebrity Jeopardy? Anal bum cover?
Good game.
Good game. Thank you, Mono. Like while eating? You're talking about like choking on food? I can't say that I do. You also have no clue? Damn it, Mono, now I'm curious. too big. We'll see. Take nanner and balls for 1,000. What is the name of just the nanner without a balls duct taped to a canvas? I should have phrased that like a Jeopardy, huh? A good time? Nope. I believe it's called Comedian or The Comedian. All right, so you're at negative 1,000. That has been deducted from your account already. My accountants are telling me. Yeah, you're never going to financially recover from this. Shooby dooby da ba ba. For the love of. In ancient Egypt, artisans produced faience, sintered quartz with a glazed surface, which often placed blue-green glazes to imitate precious stones like turquoise and lapis lazuli. Yep. We were talking about that today. Egyptian blue. Garmin. Oh, so that's how you spell Garmin, with an A, not an I? I'm still going to spell it with an I, Garmin. You have no power here. Yeah, no, that was actually true, because they did paint their statues mono. And there are some that use the Egyptian blue and some that use, lapis lazuli. No, I actually thought I was spelling it correct. But see, now that I do know, I can't admit to being wrong, obviously. So I'm just going to continue. Interesting. I didn't know that was an actual motivation of them. I do know that they traded it. They traded Egyptian blue to some extent. We have evidence of that. Oh, fuck me. Why did I just notice this? Let's just fix this up dimensionally then. Well, thank you, Lizzie. That is very sweet, and I know your intentions are evil, but I will choose. How did that happen? I will choose to believe in good this one time, and I know it won't. I know it'll burn me. The legs are too long, everybody. The legs are too long. I would never fall for it, Lizzie. Something like that. Okay. Love noticing stuff.
Broccoli.
Broccoli. It is super interesting history, isn't it, Mono? If you enjoy learning about that, Mono, there's a lot of great like museum lectures from historians. You know, people who research this shit, specifically dealing with like the Pompeii, where they found a lot of preserved pigments. Interestingly enough. But if you want, next time... Son of a bitch! Lizzie! I knew you were evil. I knew it. But Mono, next time I come across one, do you want me to send some lectures your way? I know that doesn't sound like the most fun of things, but if you enjoy the history... Runs away. Oh my god, where'd they go? You did. God damn it, Lizzie. Alright. I had a weekend where I watched like 10 of them. because I'm cool, okay? I'm super cool guy. Super cool guy 1000 mega ultra. Alright? Good old hyperfixation spirals, yeah? Well, it's just like, basically what happened is I watched one and then the recommended was like, hey, you know, they're better than most modern cities. Did you? So, Richards, they found several homes with like pigments in there, which I always found super interesting. And with like paintings on the wall. Yeah. Well, and that's something I watched, and they were talking about the pigments that they found in there. Beware of the dog. Oh, cool. it's funny how, you know, times change, but they also don't at the same time, right? '79 AD. That would be a really cool trip. I would like to do more traveling, but I mean, going to France is really cool. But I was able to do that when I had money. Adding some detail. Malta and Corsica would be really cool. I mean, I just love to go to that region, the Mediterranean. Yeah, it was about 2 years. It's 2 years ago. I was there in October 2023. My main priority though right now, Richards, is to see museums. I need to go to Spain. I need to go to Boston. I need to go to New York. I need to go to DC. I need to go to Los Angeles. Hypergeum and interesting. That would be cool to see. Oh my God! Did you just wait here at the end of your night just to murder twice? Damn you, Lizzie. Damn you to hell! Nee, Lizzie, sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. No. No! All right, I think we're going to call it for the night, everybody. Good session today. Good session, I think. Methinks. I'm sorry, Mano. We've been going for 6.5. And I got some stuff I need to do tonight still. Sorry, Mano. I'm sorry. But I started adding some detail in the skeleton you saw. But you know you're always welcome here. So, just get here earlier. Or else. Yeah. And you could always just pick up PoE too. A lot of great builds, but let's clean up. Wasted too much blue today. I've been putting too much blue on this one. Do. Okay. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's part of the joke. So when we were setting this up, Richards, you know, we were like I originally had that dog there. Remember, I had the the Coons dog or whatever his name is, Jeff Coons. And but I didn't think it read very well. So then Mudworks came up with the idea of putting lotion and toilet paper there, because like it adds, because the other issue we had is like the toilet seemed kind of pointless, but now with the toilet paper, yeah, the balloon dog, with the toilet paper, the toilet makes more sense, and then the lotion also implies a certain like hedonistic depravity to it, which is partly what I'm going for, you know. It was a good suggestion, and I was happy to roll with it. Great pottery. I've gotten stuff from her as well. She streams too, Richards. I don't know if you ever check out her stream. She doesn't stream on YouTube though. She streams on Twitch. But she streams on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, starting at noon. Noon Eastern. Sorry, noon. 1 o'clock Eastern, I should say. 1 o'clock Eastern. Yeah. Nice chill stream. She's really skilled, so it's always cool to see. Alright. And now, it's time to say goodbye. But first, we have to wipe that D, everybody. While you're all here, I know you're not here for painting. And all you sick fucks are here for the D wiping. Alright. You know, I feel good today. I don't know if it's just because it's finally like colder out, but I could have painted longer. Oh my god. Oh, this is sick. Oh god. Lord have mercy. Oh, I'm bringing shame to my ancestors. Oh god. Can't believe you're all watching this. All right. Honestly, I'll see who's on. I don't really feel like rating everybody today, so I might not. But we'll see if we have any good friends on. Not really. Do you need more chaos? Alright, we can raid, we'll raid, Hexter, who used to be known as Touch of Chaos. They do, charcoal, hyperrealism charcoal. We can go there. Alright, everybody. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Everybody, thanks for chilling and hanging out. I appreciate it for the raids, thank you. I'm not sure when the next stream is. Possibly Saturday. I just got some shit going on, so I just gotta figure that out. In here, we'll go straight on. No, you got some glare, but that's where we're at straight on. All right, everybody. I hope you have all a great night. And till next time, check out the Discord for the next stream. Bye-bye.